And hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us for our CIG television live coverage of Heroes Day 2025. The theme this year is Icons in Business and Entrepreneurship. I'm Donna Bush, and I'm so happy that you could be here with us this morning.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Delisa Hernandez, and I'm really excited to be here with everyone at home, with you, Donna, as usual. It's a pleasure to be with you here this morning. And we are really excited to be able to recognize such individuals in our community, such Caymanians who have made contributions in their industries as well as the economy.
Yeah, well, we can hear in the background, we hear the band going. So the band is usually made up of, the marching band is made up of the RCIPS, Cadet Corps, the prisons. They spend lots of hours, Delisa, actually preparing for this march every year. That's done several times a year for various events that are held here in downtown Georgetown. So we are in Heroes Square. I believe 197 people will be honored here today as a hero. As well, you know, this process could not have reached where we've reached without the kind consideration of all the people out there who nominated these individuals in business and entrepreneurships who are icons in their industry, in business in the Cayman community. So without those nominations, this would not be happening. We just want to say congratulations to each and every one of them.
Definitely. And again, like I said, they've made such an impact, I'm sure not just in the community, but in the environments or in the places that they built for their employees and the people who they've mentored. So, you know, I think that's where the nominations would have come from.
Well, we want you to stay with us because we will be letting you know what's happening here this morning, step by step. But now we're going to go to the stage as we hear the program is about to begin.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to announce the arrival of the platform party. Welcome the entry of the mass band, which is made up of the Royal Cayman Islands Police Band and the Cayman Islands Cadet Corps, preceding the rest of the parade contingent. The official parade today is made up of representatives from the mass band, also includes detachments of the Royal Cayman Islands Police Service, the Cayman Islands Coast Guard, the Cayman Islands Regiment, the Cayman Islands Fire Service, His Majesty's Prison Service, the Girls Brigade, please remain seated for the arrival of the parade. Again, we please ask that you remain seated for the arrival of the parade. And also, once the parade is assembled, if you could please refrain from crossing Hero Square.
And ladies and gentlemen, you're watching National Heroes Day in downtown Georgetown here in Hero Square. We thank you for joining us for our CIG television live coverage this morning of National Heroes Day, where icons in business and entrepreneurship are being honored.
We have Ms. Danielle Roberts, Deputy Chief Officer for the Ministry of Border Control, Labor and Culture. Ms. Debbie Ann Whitaker, Acting Chief Officer for the Ministry of Border Control, Labor and Culture.
All right, so
And Cabinet
right now we're
Secretary,
seeing the
Mr.
intro as you
Samuel
see
Rose.
the bands and other
Members of Parliament,
events have
Ms.
just taken
Heather
place.
Bodden,
Let's go
Member
through
of Parliament.
the program right now. You're seeing the
Honorable
Master of
G.
Ceremonies,
Queen
Miss
Panton, Member
Kim
of Parliament.
Bullings. A lot
We're
of
also
the
seeing the arrival of all the members of
Mr.
Parliament.
Andre Ebanks, Member of Parliament.
And after this, Delisa, what's
Mr.
going to happen
Roy
next is we're going to have the
McTaggart.
blowing of the conch shell by Mr. Deal Ebanks and Miss Aria Ebanks and Dino, his daughter, which is a very special part of this event as well.
Followed by
Opposition.
that, we'll see the proclamation by Honorable Sir Alden McLaughlin. And then, of course, the presentation and hoisting of the national flags thereafter.
Innovation, border control, culture, planning, housing. J. Ebanks, Minister for Planning, Agriculture, Housing, Infrastructure, Transport and Development. the Honorable Isaac Rankin, Minister for Youth, Sports, Heritage, and Home Affairs, the Honorable Kenneth Bryan, Deputy Premier and Minister for Tourism, Ports, Investment, Innovation, and Social Development, Ms. Sabrina Turner, Member of Parliament, the Honorable Samuel Bulgen, Attorney General, and the Honorable Franz Manderson, Deputy Governor and Head of the Civil Service. Her Excellency the Governor and the Premier, the Honorable Juliana O'Connor Connolly, will be arriving shortly. Announcing the arrival of the Commissioner of Police, Mr. Kurt Walton.
Ready, formation. Morning, Commissioner. All contingents are formed up. All is in order, sir. Thank you, sir. Stand up, is. Stand, easy.
For those that are able, please stand for the arrival of the Speaker of the House, the Honorable Sir Alden McLaughlin.
And we're now witnessing the Honorable Sir Alden McLaughlin, Speaker of Parliament, arriving at National Heroes Day here in Heroes Square this morning. He will be joining parliamentarians on the platform as we celebrate our nominees for this 2025 National Heroes Day, Icons in Business and Entrepreneurship. There's close to 200 men and women who've been in business for a very long time here in the Cayman Islands community that will be honored today.
If you're able, please remain standing for the arrival of the Chief Justice, the Honorable Margaret Ramsey Hale.
Ready, stand up, is.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're now witnessing Miss Honorable Margaret Ramsey Hale. She exits her vehicle to also join the Speaker of the House, Sir Honorable Alden McLaughlin, as well as the other parliamentarians.
Ready, stand up, is.
For those who are able, please remain standing for the arrival of our Premier, the Honourable Juliana O'Connor Connolly.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you to our live coverage of National Heroes Day 2025, where we're celebrating icons in business and entrepreneurship. My name is Donna Bush, and I'm joined by Delisa Hernandez. If you're just joining us, we're now witnessing the arrival of Premier, the Honorable Juliana O'Connor Connolly. Prior to her arrival, we had parliamentarians joining their place on the platform. They were followed by Speaker of the House, Sir Alden McLaughlin, and then the Honorable Chief Justice, Miss Margaret Ramsey Hale. So we're witnessing again our Premier arriving there, Delisa.
Ready! Formation!
It is such a beautiful morning in downtown Georgetown. The breezes are beautiful. The ceremony is amazing, and we're going to have some amazing business community leaders being honored here today.
It certainly is a beautiful day for this to be taking place here in the capital of the Cayman Islands. And as you said, over 200 persons that are
Close to 200.
that are going to be honored this morning.
Next up on the program, Delisa, and to you, our viewers out there in the Cayman Islands, we'll be having the presentation and hoisting of our national flags.
Do you know what to me seems such an amazing experience to witness, even the amount of young people that is actually out here participating in the opening ceremony, you know, and then moving into something that is such a Caymanian thing when it comes to the blowing of the conch shell as we move into the program shortly. You know, witnessing this event firsthand in person, those people who are home, I'm sure you're seeing what we're experiencing right now, but it's definitely a different energy that we're having in the center.
Yes, as we're here, it's really a sense of pride for me to see so many of our Caymanians have actually taken the time to nominate other Caymanians who've made their mark in business and entrepreneurship here in the Cayman Islands. The government, of course, honors them by awarding them today, but without the nomination process and, you know, us really nominating persons who we feel deserve and have made their mark in this industry, this wouldn't be happening. So the nomination process is very, very important. We just want to remind folks out there that, you know, when you hear about Heroes Day every year, how important it is to actually think about those who you want to honor or you want to have honored in that particular area or theme for the year.
And as well, Donna, a lot of these persons or individual honorees today, they've made a lasting impact in their industry, but also in households. You know, I've noticed someone walking in with their suit, and it's a staple name in households today. When you'll see those persons shortly. I don't want to mention who they are, but you know, it's just one of those things that you, like you said, it's that sense of pride. Oh, that person, I know them. Oh, they did this and they did that, and I remember. You go back down memory lane, you know, remembering things that they've done with the platforms that they have.
Yeah. Well, of course, we thank each and every one of you for joining us here this morning for our live coverage of National Heroes Day 2025, where we're celebrating icons in business and entrepreneurship here in the Cayman Islands. As we move forward with the program, we will talk to you and let you know more about the insignia pin as well as the various categories. Of course, if you're just joining us, we have the arrival and the inspection of the guard by Her Excellency Governor Jane Owen this morning. And I have to say, every year, the groups and the agencies that do these parades, they always look so smashing in their uniforms. And we were actually talking about pointing out our favorites out of the groups, which is very interesting. For many years, you know, it was just the prisons and the police. Now we have the regiment, we have the Coast Guard, we have so many other agencies that have actually come on board and that take part in this and in these annual events, because National Heroes Day is just one of several events, major national events that we have each year.
And they put so much hours and effort into ensuring that every step and every move and every, you know, holding of whatever it is that they have, like the sword or whatever in their hands, they make sure that they put in the hours that it's perfect. You know, they're standing there for a significant amount of time. You see the cadet corps, you see various entities out there that are actually, look at that, it's just amazing the amount of effort. Every evening I leave work, I see these persons out there doing their due diligence, ensuring that they put in the work, and I commend them as well for coming out and being a part of something that is national pride.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful here in Hero Square. Again, if you're just joining us, this is our live coverage here on CIG Television of National Heroes Day 2025. There are lots of moving parts here to make this all happen. Today, we have to give a shout out to the ministry as well as to the protocol office and so many volunteers, so many various agencies, our department, Department of Communications, you know, who's providing this live coverage for you this morning. So lots and lots of work, many hours go into planning this National Heroes Day event each year. Again, if you're just joining us, the theme this year is Icons in Business and Entrepreneurship. So you're going to hear the names of, I think, around 197 people called who were nominated by their family members, their friends, their children, their, you know, spouses, their work colleagues, to be awarded here today and be recognized as here on National Heroes Day as an icon in business and entrepreneurship. Again, if you're just joining us, we're witnessing Her Excellency Governor Jane Owen there. She's doing the inspection of the agencies who are out here this morning as part of this wonderful event.
We're seeing right now, I think it's the drill team. Just a moment ago, we saw, I believe it was the RCIPS.
Some of the agencies that, and you mentioned earlier, Delisa, about how pleasant it is to see so many young teenagers and young persons involved here. So we have like the Scouts, the Girls Brigade, we have the Cadet Corps, and the various
the band
arms
as well.
that's part of the marching band. So,
and I see a lot of young people that are also a part of the marching band that are in high school as well. So it's really interesting how all demographics right now are coming together to be a part of such an amazing morning. You know, honoring these individuals. And it's something to remember. You will go back down years from today, being a young person, and say, you know, this is what I did, and I had such emotion or energy while doing it. I was so proud looking back.
Now we're going to hear the singing of the national anthem in just a bit by Miss Janelle Cahoon.
Right? And is it?
Her Excellency will now make her way to the stage where she will present the proclamation to the Speaker of the House, the Honorable Sir Alden McLaughlin. The Honorable Speaker will then issue the proclamation to formally open National Heroes Day. For those of you who are able, please remain standing.
It's my great pleasure to present the proclamation for Heroes Day 2025 to the Honourable Mr. Speaker.
Good morning. Happy Heroes Day. Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye, all citizens, residents, and visitors to these Cayman Islands. Whereas on the 27th day of January 2003, in the year of our quincentennial celebrations, this plot upon which we are presently met was proclaimed as Heroes Square, a sacred place of honor and esteem, dedicated to the endeavors, sacrifices, contributions, and achievements of the Caymanian people. And whereas the Wall of Honor and the statue and bust of our national heroes, the monument and cultural icons within this hallowed square, all stand in remembrance of and in tribute to those who helped to build these beloved Cayman Islands. Now, therefore, we, the government and people of the Cayman Islands, give notice once again of our determination today and on National Heroes Day and every year hereafter to acknowledge with gratitude and pride the endeavors of our people, to pay tribute and respect to their sacrifices in a way that will forever be impressed upon our hearts and our country as we continue to uphold our values and steadfast dedication to the outstanding individuals who made significant contributions to our seafaring heritage, commemorate those who paved our paths of yesterday, celebrate those who are still serving our community today, and highlight the industry that is firmly embedded in the history and culture of these islands. And in furtherance thereof, we hereby give notice on this day, the 27th of January 2025, and every occasion of the celebration of National Heroes Day hereafter, that recognition by way of commendation and award and honors and the laying of flowers in remembrance may be conferred and laid in respect of not only honored, but all such ordinary citizens as shall be deemed deserving thereof. Proclaimed in the presence of all gathered here for this purpose at Heroes Square in Georgetown, Grand Cayman, this 27th day of January, in the year of our Lord 2025, in the 4th year of the reign of His Majesty King Charles III.
All right, and we're just watching National Heroes Day coverage here on CIG
Thank you,
Television
Honorable
Live.
Speaker. And
We
also
just saw
thank you,
the
Mr. Deal Ebanks and his daughter,
The blowing
Ms.
of the
Ariane
conch shell
Ebanks.
by Mr. Deal
The
Ebanks and
tradition
Miss
of blowing
Ariane
the conch
Ebanks
shell in the
and
Cayman
Dino.
Islands is rooted in
What a
ages
beautiful
past
sound that was, Donna.
and features the pink
Yeah, and it
queen
takes a lot of
conch
energy
as a
too. And I
preferred
think
shell.
our
This
the Master of
practice
Ceremonies,
historically
Mrs. Kim
signals
Bullens,
the
is actually
return of
explaining
fishermen
what the
and
significance
marking
is of the blowing of the
availability
conch shell.
fish for sale. Additionally, it brought relief to families, assuring them that the men had returned safely to shore. While predominantly carried out by men, some local women were also highly skilled in this art. And this is definitely an excellent start to our program today. Next, we will witness the procession of school children proudly waving the Cayman Islands flags and showcasing their national pride. We have them coming down there. Today, approximately 200 children from preschools, primary schools, and high schools across the Cayman Islands are participating.
All right, now we're watching the
The kids.
primary school
I love
kids
it.
march.
We're seeing Edna Primary School. We just saw, I believe it was Sir John A. Cumber, Prospect Primary. So all the children, various ages, Donna,
Yes.
walking through right now, waving the flags.
You know, I love that we have so many children from our schools involved in National Heroes Day. It just, I'm sure, you know, as they grow older, they will appreciate their participation in such an event that will bring them to such national pride as it does us, at, you know, in our adulthood. But you have private and public
And
school
public schools, I
students
was
who are
just gonna
taking
say
part this
that.
morning.
Yes.
Just beautiful.
And I'm sure after this live broadcast is over, their parents are going to take them back to CIG YouTube, and they're going to go back and their kids are going to look at themselves and be like, oh my goodness.
Absolutely.
Because again, that's also a keepsake for them as well.
Yeah,
you know?
it really is. It's fond memories. We have their
Yeah.
teachers, some of them walking
Yes,
with
various
their
educators.
classes and students here on this holiday Monday here in the Cayman Islands, where we're celebrating icons in business and entrepreneurship. I know, you know, the crowds that are here this morning are crowds of those who are being celebrated, as well as their family, invited family and friends that are here to watch them being honored during our National Heroes Day 2025 celebration this year. You know, I want to talk a little bit about an event that's happening this evening downtown Georgetown. I believe it starts at 4 o'clock. We'll confirm that time. But, you know, for those who may want to go downtown on Cardinal Avenue and the waterfront, there's going to be celebration with food and music and live bands, as far as I can understand, as well as tonight there will be fireworks.
Yes. Definitely
So-
a family event.
Yes,
Definitely a family event.
yes.
It's
The
second
ministry,
year.
the ministry is putting that on as an extra event as part of National Heroes Day, which I think is fantastic.
So a lot of persons who are home right now, you know, you have a lot of time to be able to, you know, do what you got to do at home, prepare yourselves, prepare the family, and come out to close out this beautiful day. The weather's great. It's not that warm outside. Trust me, we're experiencing it right now. And you know, based on the information that I got from last year's event, it was one that I should not have missed. So definitely make your way out this evening.
Yeah, for sure. All right, we're going to leave you for just a bit and let the event just roll along. But again, we thank you for joining us for our live coverage this morning. right, so you're watching the hoisting of the flag.
Save our gracious King. Long live our noble King. God save the King. Send him victorious, happy and glorious, long to reign over us. God save the King.
And the beautiful voice of Miss Janelle Cahoon there, singing our national song here at our
beautiful
National
voice.
Heroes Day.
Beautiful voice she has.
She's absolutely amazing.
Please remain standing as Pastor James Arch prays for our beloved islands.
Right, parade, shun, right, with and boat, stand out, east.
Let us pray. O God, our help in ages past, our hope for years to come. Before the mountains were brought forth, or ever thou didst form the earth and the world, from everlasting to everlasting, thou art God. We lift our voices up to thee, the one that made the world and all that therein is, the giver of every good and perfect gift, the one in whom we live and move and have our being. We pause for a few moments this morning under the bright tropical sunshine and these sweet gentle breezes to honor thee and express our gratitude for your wonderful works to the children of men. We thank you especially for those being honored here today. Their contribution to these islands by providing the avenue for our people to obtain the necessities of life, able to purchase food for our bodies, clothes for our bodies, and the material to build our houses with, and all the other services, too many to mention. We thank you for them, both living and deceased. We pray for that you will continue to bless and prosper each one of them in their businesses and in their operations. They will be successful in every one. We thank you for the abundance of the material blessing here that has resulted in a high standard of living. We also thank you for the spiritual blessings which has been handed down from our forefathers, freedom to honor God and worship God unmolested. And we give you all the glory for our Christian stand and heritage. We pray that you will continue to bless our people as they honor God. Now we pray that you will continue to bless the administration of these islands, that love, harmony, peace, stability, and prosperity may continue to be enjoyed now and for generations to come. We pray your blessings on this Heroes Day ceremony, now in progress. May everything be done to the glory and honor of God and everything work well. All of these things we ask in the name of Jesus, our Lord and Savior. Amen.
Right, stand, you say.
Thank you, Ms. Calhoun and Pastor Arch. For those of you, again, I ask that you please remain standing as the parade marches off.
Right, parade, shun.
All right, so as we continue through the 2025 National Heroes Day, we just witnessed, of course, Pastor James Arch, and we're gonna watch our the band as well as all of the agencies as they leave Hero Square, and then thereafter we're gonna hear the opening remarks from Honorable Dwayne Seymour. Donna.
Yes, and followed by the Honorable Dwayne Seymour. We'll have the keynote address by Premier the Honorable Juliana O'Connor Connolly. And then our Premier will make a special announcement. Not quite sure what that is, but if I had to guess, I'd probably say maybe a date is set for next year's Heroes Day and maybe even a theme. So that's always an exciting part.
I look forward to hearing that.
Yes. But, getting back to why we're here today, and that is to celebrate our icons in business and entrepreneurship. We'd just like to take everyone through as the marching band makes their way out of Hero Square. The various agencies there. It's just been a beautiful morning here at Hero Square, and we're so glad that you could join us for our live coverage here on CIG television. But we want to talk about the award categories that we're going to be seeing here today. We have the Legacy Builder. This person is going to be awarded for laying the groundwork for future economic development while shaping the social and cultural landscape of the Cayman Islands for generations. Individuals in this category founded or opened a new and innovative business in the Cayman Islands prior to 1970. With those businesses contributing to the local community, economy, or culture for 20 years or longer. Now, these individuals demonstrated leadership in building the foundations of an enduring Caymanian business culture, helping to set standards for future generations. Wow, that is just amazing. And we can obviously think of a lot of businesses that have had businesses in Cayman for more than 20 years. But let's talk about the other award category.
So the second award category is the Modern Visionary. Now this category is going to be awarded for building successful and enduring enterprises while contributing to shaping the modern business culture of the Cayman Islands. Individuals in this category founded or introduced groundbreaking business in the Cayman Islands that has been successful for over 20 years or longer. So for 20 years or longer, demonstrating resilience and adaptability, responding to changing markets and cultural landscapes. These individuals have contributed to the development of the Cayman Islands' modern business ecosystem. So we have a lot of so far, I mean, you can see how far and wide the demographics are going and the individuals and how they've made their mark here in the Cayman Islands. And there's another one.
There's some folks that'll be awarded in another category today, Delisa. That is the Innovator of Impact. This person or persons will be awarded for creating a business or businesses that have initiated important economic, community, or cultural shifts, resulting in a profound positive impact on our Cayman Islands. Individuals in this category demonstrated leadership in driving significant change within a business, industry, or community, potentially through innovative practices, navigating market disruptions, or fostering a shift in cultural or economic norms. Now, these individuals are celebrated for the impact of their business, not simply its longevity of operation. Again, some people come to mind in this particular area. These are more for new businesses, but I can think of someone like Mr. Ted Green, for instance, who has his own perfume and diffuser candle line. People like Mr. All right, now we're going to wrap up for now, and as we turn to the Honorable Dwayne Seymour.
Thank you, Master of Ceremony. Good morning, Cayman. Good morning, Cayman. I hear you. Protocol haven't been established. My Caymanians, I am so proud that you showed up here this morning. There is so much going on in this world today, and many reasons to stay home. Do you know the world is a better place because of you? Cayman is a better place because of you. Give yourselves a round of applause. You're so deserving. we need to be more nationalistic and appreciate others much, much more like we're doing this morning. They say a lot about the elected, but when you got 5 ministers and 2 PS sticking together for the good of stability in our beautiful country, and for no other reason, that's also heroism. And no, we didn't award our own selves today like some would have done. We are quite satisfied with holding the government together when some thought we would be having an early election. Ladies and gentlemen, let me invite members of Cabinet and caucus to just join me at the podium. This is out of protocol. Grandfather of the house, Mr. Bush, allow you to say hello to the Cayman Islands.
I think the minister means for me to say thanks also, because he knows it's very difficult for me only to say hello. My friends, colleagues, constituents, and people in these islands, it's a privilege always for me to attend this, our National Heroes Day. Another year is upon us, and as the pastor have said, we give thanks to our almighty and only wise God. And as we do, we say too, thanks to all who helped to build our Cayman Islands. And as Parliamentary Secretary for Culture, I say thanks to our minister and the ministry staff, and indeed the Premier and colleagues in caucus, to be able to stand here today. Thanks, thank you all, and thanks be to God.
Good morning, Cayman. And I want to echo the sentiments of P.S. Bush, but also I want to thank each and everyone who's been awarded here today, especially the good people from the district that I am pleased to represent, the people of East End. So thank you so much for coming out and supporting this event over the last 20 years.
Good morning, Cayman. I will stick to the time, sir. Good morning, Cayman. Morning, everybody from Cayman Brack, Little Cayman that's here with us today. I just want to thank you all for being here with us. I want to say a special thank you to everyone from Northside that is actually getting an award today. You really appreciate it, and you all really deserve that. And for everyone else that is getting an award, I just want to tell you how proud it is today to actually stand up here on the front of the podium to be here with you to witness this, because you all are deserving of this today. Thank you again.
Good morning, everyone. With protocol already being established, I want to thank the Honorable Minister and all the hard-working staff that has made this opportunity this morning possible. As we sit and recognize the heroes and the awardees for the hard work that they have done, I ask us all to become heroes in waiting. What I mean by that is ask what you do for your country and for your communities. Because when we all become heroes in our own right, we'll have a better society. Please allow me to take this opportunity to consider 4 persons that could be heroes of the future. This one may be controversial, but I think it's deserving. Sir Alden McLaughlin. His advancement with our Parliament and our constitutional reform cannot go unnoticed. Dr. Steve McField, from our constitutional advancement to the legal fraternity and for our electoral boundary reforms. The Honorable Lucille Seymour, for our commitment to education and reform to the older persons legislation and social development. And lastly, and more importantly, in my heart, I believe it's time for us to recognize a hero from our religious community. Our foundation in the Cayman Islands is based on our faith, and I think it's most important that we recognize a leader within our community to be seen as a hero that is the epitome of our religious faith. And therefore, I recommend sometime in the near future that we recognize the Honorable James Arch as a possible hero. Thank you, everyone.
That was a little away from protocol, but expect anything and everything from me. Ladies and gentlemen, that was brave and commitment to the cause of country first. Let's rebuke all hateful discussions throughout the Cayman Islands, and let's not give rise to 10,000 likes or followers, but recognize that the devil also has 10,000 soldiers, also, but none like the Lord's 10,000 angels. As Albert Einstein said, try not to be a person of success, but rather try to become a person of value. May our hearts be filled with compassion instead of conflicts, humility instead of hatred, and faith instead of fury. Lord, may your spirit of peace overflow us, that every word that we speak will build us up instead of tearing us down. Lord, remind us in our moments of weakness, when we feel helpless, discouraged, anxious, hopeless, and faced with circumstances and cannot see our way through this. It's only a reminder that it's only a season, as we remember Ecclesiastes 3:1-8. It is my esteemed pleasure to stand before you today as a minister, as an entrepreneur, and most of all, as a proud Caymanian on this, our 22nd annual National Heroes Day celebration. I am honored to stand here on this podium in our cherished Heroes Square, where we have immortalized our national heroes for their lives of service. I am duly honored to celebrate this year's honorees, our icons of business and entrepreneurship, and to applaud their exemplary careers. Ladies and gentlemen, this wouldn't have been possible without the civil service, and we want to thank them for pulling off miracles last minute. And I know what the miracles are. Until late last night, just to be ready for today. Too many names to mention, but you know yourself. Big up yourself and give them a round of applause, please. The value of Heroes Day is difficult to place into words. As a young country, by comparison to other regional neighbors, the Cayman Islands have grown and developed into a modern society we enjoy today through the efforts of our nation builders. On this day of reverence, we remember their contributions and also strive to inspire the next generation of heroes who will write the next chapter of our country's history. We also use this day to honor the trailblazers of industry, arts and culture, philanthropy, and community service that give themselves to the betterment of these fair islands. This year's theme, celebrating the icons of business and entrepreneurship, reflects the remarkable achievements of Caymanians who have not only built businesses, but have also shaped the very fabric of our economy and community. Caymanians have long been known for their ingenuity and creativity, from the humble beginnings of small family-run businesses to world-class ventures in tourism, finance, and technology, our entrepreneurs have shown the world what can be achieved with hard work, vision, and a commitment to excellence. Today, we honor those who have not only succeeded in their ventures, but have inspired countless others to pursue their entrepreneurial dreams. Their leadership has created jobs, fostered innovation, and contributed to the prosperity we enjoy today. We must also remember the unsung heroes, those who work tirelessly behind the scenes, supporting the businesses that drive our economy forward. Your efforts are equally important, and we thank you for your dedication. As we move forward, let us continue to nurture the entrepreneurial spirit that has brought us so far. The legacy of these icons of business and entrepreneurship will continue to inspire future generations to innovate, lead, and contribute to our nation's progress. As I close, I would like to personally invite all in attendance, as those joining our live broadcast, to Cardinal Avenue this afternoon at 4 p.m. for Heroes Day evening celebration, where you can let your hair down. You will recall the success of last year's event and the elevated feeling of national pride that was in the air that night. It was my intention for this year to have a grand celebration of Caymanian national pride in honor of National Heroes Day that would bring our country together with music, food, cultural performances, and much more. While we were unable to bring the entire vision to life for 2025, it is my hope that we will be able to present a grand gala for National Heroes Day in 2026, pending on Bordentown East re-election of me. Thank you very much in advance. In the meantime, I hope to see you all later at our evening celebration. I remember everyone came out in their Cayman colors, the Cayman shirts. It was such a beautiful time out there. Even tourists thought they were Caymanian. That promises to be filled with Caymanian heart and spirit. As I close, on behalf of the government and the people of the Cayman Islands, I extend my deepest appreciation to all our honorees present today. You are the pillars of our success, and your achievements are etched into the history of this nation. Together, let us continue to build on this foundation, ensuring that the Cayman Islands remain a beacon of business innovation and excellence for years to come. Cayman Islands, I know some of you got calls very late. We apologize. There's a lot going on. And we don't have as much ministers as we had. So I thank you very much. The stands are still full. Just shows your resilience, your appetite to ensure that Cayman is well represented. We never want to see a Heroes Day where those stands are not full. Then we're losing it. We're giving up. We can't give up. There's a lot going on in our country. There's a lot of people here, but we can't give up. Once we don't give up, we will win, Cayman. God bless you all. God bless these Cayman Islands. I thank you. You look beautiful.
Thank you, Minister Seymour, Deputy Premier, Cabinet Ministers, and Parliamentary Secretary. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I now invite the Premier, the Honorable Juliana O'Connor Connolly, to deliver her address.
Good morning, Cayman. Can I say that again? As Caymanians, when somebody says good morning, our culture says what? Good morning. That's Cayman. And you know, I am filled with immense pride, not smugness, but pride to be Caymanian today. In fact, it has been designated as Heroes Day. But I think we probably ought to add a dangling modifier or a precursor to Caymanian Day, or even better yet, Your Excellency, designate a day to be Caymanian Day. And I thought that as I sat there, that's okay. I thought as I sat there and began to observe the environment, and I noticed one of the 4 palm trees that rises quite regally before us today, and noticed the brown remnant of what used to be a very vibrant green palm leaf. And I couldn't help but think, is there not a cause for us to be proud Caymanians today? Because if we don't embrace, if we don't transition, if we don't educate, if we don't take the time to be a part and actively participate on days like today, on days when the House of Parliament is called, on days when Cabinet is called, on days when Her Excellency visits the various districts or your own respective MP, things, Cayman, will begin to look like that dry brown, hanging on for dear life. So yes, there is a cause, and today is just but one minute exemplary function of such a cause. My Honorable Minister responsible for culture intimated a bit earlier on that we will transition later today in more things Caymanian, where we'll hear Caymanian music, and I'm looking forward with eager anticipation. You would know that from age 11, I've been an avid Christian, and in my faith, I don't dance, but I can tell you one thing. When I hear Munzap in a sound, that's things Caymanian, and something rises up, the adrenaline starts to flow, and I feel even prouder to know that it was written by a renowned West Bayer, one of our own. That's Caymanian, ladies and gentlemen. That's Caymanian. When I sit on the platform and I see the most respectful Pastor Arch come up well attired, as I'm accustomed to, well suited, hat and all, that's Caymanian. Remember when? That's Caymanian when I sit on a platform and I take a purview of those of you distinguished guests sitting underneath the tent. And even though they tell me that once you get 40, your vision somehow goes down, and I guess I impaired even more with these shades, but that's Caymanian when I look across there and I see my own grand aunt, Viola Brown, and she doesn't know I'm about to say this, so Jeannie might have to tell her I should sit by her, who will be 102 years old come the 25th day of February. Yet, thank you, yet she has taken the time to dress up as one of those very eloquent Caymanian women who still sits on her sofa in Georgetown, orders her JCPenney suits, even though her days of walking into the commercial Georgetown has got up and gone. But the pride of being a distinguished, well-dressed and put-together Caymanian still resonates on her. And yes, we come from an era where Caymanian women still wore hats to functions. That's Cayman. And as we stand here today, I want to also remember one who graced our shores with his talents, with his time, with his temperament at times, the late Dave Martin, who coined those words, that's Cayman. And it's to those, thank you, it is to those who chose to make our beautiful 3 Cayman Islands their domicile of choice, and does not try to change us, but try to do as the Romans do when they're in Rome, become like us, because we have nothing to be abased or ashamed about. We were founded upon the seas, and whatever the Lord does, he doth it well. Shall I say that again? Whatever our God does, he does it well. So, Caymanians, is there not a cause? And there should always, always, always be a resounding yes, with much affirmation, with much energy, with much synergy, because we have come a long way. And one politician often said, a long way, baby. I'll say a long way, Caymanians. Still have those under the grape tree talks. When I was a young girl, which seems like a long time ago now, we used to go in what we called the bay. And the men would sit on the walls by the seaside and share their maritime stories. And the women would gather together, and yes, they had their tales. Before cable wireless, flow, and digital, we had tell a woman, and they didn't buffer. I see we have some IT people in the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, why have I chosen to speak in such a nationalistic fashion? Because if we don't, who will? If we don't, who will? Cayman has had a historical legacy of greeting and embracing those who came to our shores and behaved. But our forefathers and mothers also had the foresight and the wisdom that if you come to our shores, you don't acclimatize to our culture, and your music becomes, rather than nice country music, Sir Alden would relate to that. The older I get, or even the reggae music, but not to permeate our culture and a destructive nature where when you go to the public beach, all you can hear is pum, 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 pum. We want things Caymanian. Yes, we are diversified. We want to learn, but respect our culture. We put aside a day that is reverent, that we set aside. When I came up, we could not even go outside the house except for church on Sunday or Saturday, whichever day you kept. Now Sunday is the day that you see them doing construction. They on the beach catching every little shiny that you can find in every rock hole. That's not Caymanian. And so it is important, Caymanians, when we set aside National Heroes Day to recognize our heroes, those who have worked assiduously, those who have contributed in good times and bad times. When the Hurricane Ivan came, did not abandon their cars at the airport, but stayed and weathered it through. That's Caymanian, ladies and gentlemen. And it's something we ought to stand tall, shoulders back, whether you feel good or bad, or whether Mr. Arthritis or Mrs. Arthritis seems to be the most frequent visitor in your abode. Dress up, come out and celebrate things Caymanian. I say that again. Dress up, come out. If my great aunt, which is probably the most eldest one here today, could get up, and yes, I can see you listening. You haven't turned your head yet. If she can do it, you, and I can do it. If we don't believe in who we are, if we don't transfer that knowledge, it will be a travesty. As if I may borrow that again, Sir Alden, one of the words that he uses quite frequently before he assumed or ascended to the speakership was the travesty of different things he observed during the tenure of his political life. It surely would be a travesty if we did not keep those innate characteristics that we have been genetically embodied with. Does that mean that you're making a speech, Juliana, this morning, that we're not going to love our neighbors? Absolutely not. As a student of law, I remember quite a lot of things, Your Lordship. But one case that does stick in my mind is Donahue and Stevenson, where Lord Dinnan said more than the law was, and for me, I'd say donkey, but you know the alternative. But he said, who is your neighbor? And I think that we embrace that as Caymanians from the biblical story, where everyone that you thought could have, should have, had the capacity to help, the poor beaten one upon the path, just went on the other side or closed their eyes. And in Cayman, often that happens until 2 weeks, 8 weeks before an election. But the real, true Caymanian takes care of their people 365 days of the year. And so, as Caymanians, if you have fallen by the way, if you have been weary by the way, shake it off. In church, the Holy Church, we sing, shake those heavy bands off. Shake them off, Caymanians. It's time to rise, to let the whole world know, yes, that Jesus does save, but that Cayman is alive and well. Democracy, good governance is alive and well. We are governed by the Westminster style, and though it was birthed out of adversity, we were cuddled, we were iced in the love of Jesus Christ, which makes all things which seems impossible to mankind possible to us Caymanians. May you live, as we say on Cayman Brack, until I say die, which will be never, and may you hold high the banner of love that conquers, it neutralizes, it changes things. And even when, as Psalmist David said in Psalms 27, when my enemies came up against me to eat up my flesh, they stumbled and fell, not because of Juliana, but because I've allowed myself from age 11 to be a conduit of the Most High God, the high priest after the order of Melchizedek. And it's because of him that Cayman has enjoyed our prosperity, that we today can come together in aggregate, united fashion, looking ever so beautifully as we look across the heroes, the periphery of the Hero Square. We can come with a sense of confidence that those who will be recognized today are those whose sweat and equity have allowed us to narrow the dignity gap. And hence I say in conclusion, we will not be like the almost fallen brown leaf, but we will aspire to be like the shooting palm. The 200 young students will perhaps represent that. Their true potentiality have not yet been unveiled. But what we do today, what our modus operandi is today, will help determine Caymanians whether they will spread like the beautiful green, vibrant palm leaves, or whether they will just lay, fallen, forgotten by the wayside. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Premier. We will now have a special cultural performance by the UCCI Dance Company.
As we prepare to see the UCCI dancers come to center stage, we just want to remind you that you're watching National Heroes Day coverage, our live coverage here on CIG television, under the theme Celebrating the Icons of Business and Entrepreneurship, a tribute to Caymanian business ingenuity, creativity, successes, hard work, innovation, and leadership.
And today we're recognizing those who have built and shaped the nation's economic landscape. What people are seeing right now is a traditional dance here in the Cayman Islands. So beautiful to see the young people taking this up and with beautiful smiles out there, well poised.
And we're watching the UCCI dancers there from the University College of the Cayman Islands, as just mentioned, wearing the traditional wear of the Cayman Islands of yesteryear and dancing.
Thank you for that amazing performance. I now call upon the Cabinet Secretary, Mr. Samuel Rose,
As we move
for
through
a special
the program
announcement.
of events today, where we, as Ms. Donna just mentioned, we saw the cultural performance by the UCCI Dance Company, and we're now going to begin the laying of the wreaths, the National Heroes Commemoration and laying of the wreaths momentarily.
At this time, we will have a presentation for the Order of the Cayman Islands, commencing with an investiture ceremony for the Order of the Cayman Islands. The Order of the Cayman Islands is a society of honor established under the National Honors and Awards Act 2021. The Premier, by virtue of that office, serves as the Chancellor and principal companion of the Order. For today's investiture ceremony, the Chancellor of the Order will be joined by our Deputy Premier in presenting the medals and warrants to the recipients. As the Cabinet Secretary, I am by virtue of that office Secretary of the Order and charged under the law with organizing investitures of the Order. The motto of the Order is "Determination Conquers All." At this time, I will invite the new members of the Order to approach the center stage. They will acknowledge the presence of the Chancellor of the Order and then step forward to receive their insignia and warrant of appointment. After a brief photo, they will make their way across the stage. To be a companion of the Order, Captain Paul Adolph Hurlston, for services to the international maritime industry and for the preservation and promotion of Caymanian seafaring history.
Congratulations to Captain Paul Hurlston, who is being awarded the Order of the Cayman Islands. We're all so thrilled for him.
Love him. He's one of my favorites. I have goosebumps. I'm filled with so much emotions right now seeing him walk across the stage, and he's made such an impact on our heritage.
He really has. And you know, for those who may not know, if you go to the Cayman Islands government's YouTube channel, there is a special piece there on Captain Paul Hurlston. You'll hear him speak about his seafaring life. And yeah, again, congratulations to Captain Paul Hurlston as he receives the Order of the Cayman Islands. What a beautiful moment.
Amazing.
A round of applause for Captain Paul Adolph Hurlston, Companion of the Order of the Cayman Islands. To be an officer of the Order, Reverend Dr. Edwin Baldwin Tatum.
And we're now watching Mr. Edwin
for
Baldwin
outstanding
Tatum
charitable
receiving
works and
Officer of
Christian
the
leadership
Order
within the
Award.
community and
Congratulations
overseas.
to him.
Congratulations, Reverend Dr. Tatum. And to be a member of the order, Pastor Garrett Preston Haylock, Cert On, for outstanding charitable works and Christian leadership within the community.
And there we have a member
This
of the
brings
Order of the
to
Cayman
an end
Islands,
today's
Pastor
investiture ceremony. I now
Godwin
invite
Haylock.
the Premier,
Congratulations to
Honorable
him.
Juliana O'Connor Connolly, back to the lectern for one more special announcement.
That's probably also Caymanian. Thank you. I am even ever so more elated to be able to stand here before you this morning to make the announcements of the approved Cabinet National Heroes. In May 1503, we're told by history that Christopher Columbus discovered these beautiful Cayman Islands. And as a watering placer, we like to say, as history tells us, he came ashore for fresh water, that it had to be watering place. He stopped to first. That's her story. But I'm glad he did, because the first announcement for the national hero is Captain Keith Tibbets, also who made quite a bit of business in the district of Watering Place, even though he hails from Stake Bay and Dubai. I now invite his family as representatives to be here to please acknowledge him. This is Cayman.
Congratulations to the Tibbets family. You're seeing right now the Cabinet National Hero, Captain Keith Tibbets' family receiving his award.
Captain Tibbets.
And as today would mark
from
some
Cayman Islands.
522 years since we were first discovered, on the balance of probabilities, doing one today would not be a proper service for things Caymanian. And I did do the decimals for those who want to query it afterwards. In fact, there was a time where 5 was done. So we're not quite making that mark or precedence today. But if you wish to talk to me after, I have worked out the decimal percentage-wise based on 85,000 about population, the last count that I got, and what the final number of heroes will be. It's less than 001. So go and do the maths. The next announcement for a national hero is Ernest Craddock Ebanks, the first from the district of Northside, and invite his family to now come to be acknowledged.
Congratulations to the family of Mr. Ernest Cradock Ebanks from Northside. You're seeing the family right now receiving his award as National Hero.
The third announcement was the gentleman who was first to bring electricity to the first capital of Cayman Islands, Bordentown, no other than Frank Hugh George Scotland. I invite the representative of his family to join us here today.
We're seeing the family of Mr. Frank Hugh George Scotland receiving the award on his behalf. Also a national hero. Congratulations.
And last but certainly not least, it gives me great pleasure as a woman to announce the next recipient as our new hero from the district of West Bay, but I think she originally hailed from Bordentown as well, Mrs. Francine Aldona Jackson. And she is the only one that is still alive with us today. That's Caymanian to do what? Give the flowers while they're still alive. Please join me on the platform here today, the representatives. And Miss Francine herself, come on, we can give her a standing ovation. She's
Congratulations to Miss Francine Altuna Jackson. Her and her family is on stage receiving her Cabinet National Hero Award.
Huge congratulations to each of the 4 persons that have received the Cabinet National Heroes Award this morning. From Cayman Brac, we have Captain Keith Tibbetts. From Northside, Mr. Ernest Cradock Ebanks. From Bordentown, Mr. Frank Hugh George Scotland. And from West Bay, we saw Miss Francine Altona Jackson, the only one of the 4 that is still with us. We say a huge congratulations to all of them and their families on being awarded the Cabinet National Heroes Award.
Thank you, everyone. I now invite Ms. Debbie Ann Whitaker and Ms. Daniela Roberts to the stage to deliver the National Heroes Commemoration and laying of wreaths.
At this juncture, I call upon all those designated to lay wreaths to step forward, receive your wreaths, and proceed to the front of the podium. National Heroes Day serves as a moment of reflection and inspiration. Each year's ceremony allows us to celebrate the finest aspects of our community, our people, our history, and our heritage. We pay homage to the Caymanian culture in both significant and subtle expressions. Exploring the lives of our national heroes is a journey into our own identity, our values, shared history, and the elements that fill us with pride as Caymanians. Honoring our heroes is not merely a recognition of their accomplishments, but an affirmation of who we are. The wreath for National Hero, late Honorable James Manoa Bodden, is laid by Mr. Nathan Trumbach, great-grandson, and Miss Mia Trumbach, great-great-granddaughter. Our first national hero, the Honorable James Jim Manoa Bodden, could be regarded as a pioneer in tourism. Mr. Bodden was a visionary leader who directed Cayman into an era of progress through modernization. As Minister for Tourism and Aviation, he was instrumental in establishing Cayman Airways and constructing Owen Roberts International Airport. Mr. Bodden's dedication to this country will forever be remembered with a statue in Heroes Square facing the House of Parliament. He was declared a national hero in 1994.
Mr. Chris McLaughlin, Miss Natasha Scroll McLaughlin, and Miss Suzanne Scroll, Miss Heather Bodden, will lay the wreath in memory of national hero from the District of Georgetown, the Honorable Sybil Ione McLaughlin. The Honorable Sybil Ione McLaughlin was the first woman national hero of the Cayman Islands who continued to be beloved and active role model of Caymanian society well into her later years. Mrs. McLaughlin received the country's highest honor in 1996 for her invaluable contributions to Cayman's parliamentary development, as well as to community life. Among her outstanding achievements, Mrs. McLaughlin was appointed the first Speaker of the Legislative Assembly in 1991. She was also the first female clerk of the legislature in the Commonwealth. She was declared a national hero in 1996.
Mrs. Kristen Watler Miller will lay the wreath in memory of the national hero from the District of Georgetown, the Honorable Desmond Vere Watler. The Honorable Desmond Vere Watler was respected by all as an exemplary citizen and exceptional civil servant. Even today, Mr. Watler remains a role model for standards of civil service integrity and a shining example of how hard work, dedication, and commitment can take you to the top. Mr. Watler was the first treasurer, a title that was later changed to financial secretary. He was also the first chief secretary, a title that later changed to deputy governor. He served in the Legislative Assembly as an ex officio member for 32 years and served in every area of parliamentary administration. He was declared a national hero in 2011.
Dr. Erica Simmons and Mrs. Megan Simmons will lay the wreath in memory of national hero from the District of Georgetown, the Honorable Sybil Joyce Hilton. The Honorable Sybil Joyce Hilton was Cayman's first probation and welfare officer and served as a lifelong advocate for disadvantaged young people. Notably, she championed the need for a separate court for juveniles, served on the adoption board, and also helped to develop the Scouts movement in these islands. She received the Cayman Islands Certificate and Badge of Honor in 1968 and was named a member of the Order of the British Empire 10 years later. She was declared a national hero in 2011.
The Honorable Wayne Panton will lay the wreath in memory of the national hero from the District of Georgetown, the Honorable Ormond Panton. The Honorable Ormond Panton was one of the most prominent political figures in the Cayman Islands history. Mr. Panton founded Cayman's first political party and was the first to win a democratic election as party leader. An outspoken professional, Mr. Panton was the first Caymanian attorney to appear before the Privy Council in London. His proficient skills combined with his desire to help others assured his success in many local trials. Mr. Panton was the youngest delegate to attend the historic West Indies Federation discussions, which hold an important part of the Cayman Islands' political growth. He was declared a national hero in 2011.
Mr. Jonathan Smelly and Miss Lara Conley will lay the wreath in memory of national hero from the District of East End, the Honorable William Warren Conley. The Honorable William Warren Conley was first known for his prominent public service and public career that spanned over 3 decades. While in government, Mr. Conley helped set in motion some of the country's key legislation, including the 1972 Constitution, the Companies Law, and the 1975 Planning Law. Mr. Conley established the Department of Tourism and later received the Silver Thatch Award for his services in tourism. His entire political career was voluntary and selfless, and his selfless contributions to the nation will never be forgotten. He was declared a national hero in 2011.
Ms. Tracy Ross, Ms. Robin Ross, Ms. Cindy Ross, and Mr. Nicholas Ross will lay the wreath in memory of the national hero from the District of Georgetown, the Honorable Leela Ross Shire. The Honorable Leela Ross Shire was a woman of infinite talent, a gifted librarian, prolific writer, composer, accomplished musician, imaginative pet, songstress, incomparable storyteller, community historian, and cultural icon. She was the foremost writer of Caymanian culture and identified with all things Caymanian, and is remembered for her gift of inspiring and improving literacy and readership amongst those she worked with. She is best immortalized in her lyrical and melodic composition of the national song, Beloved Isle Cayman, written in 1932. She was declared a national hero in 2021.
Miss Alyssa and Miss Anna Cayasso will lay the wreath in memory of the national hero from the District of Georgetown, the Honorable Dr. Roy McTaggart. The Honorable Dr. Roy McTaggart was known as a businessman and philanthropist, all at a time when the Cayman Islands were at a crossroad. Dr. McTaggart was a politician of the finest caliber and served as a legislator for more than 35 years as a second elected member for Georgetown. He became a qualified dental surgeon at the age of 22 and was the only dentist in the Cayman Islands at the time. Dr. McTaggart is best remembered as a man who helped ensure the Cayman Islands remain a British colony when Jamaica chose independence in 1962. He was declared a national hero in 2011.
Mrs. Shirley Ann Tibbetts and Ms. Carissa McLaughlin will lay the wreath in memory of the national hero from the District of Bordentown, the Honorable Mary Evelyn Wood. The Honorable Mary Evelyn Wood was a true pioneer who dedicated her life to bringing change to these islands and addressing the needs of her community. Ms. Wood was the first woman elected to the Legislative Assembly and also the first to serve on a jury. In her early 20s, Ms. Wood established a school serving as its sole teacher. She later became a trained practical nurse, providing tireless care around Grand Cayman, but notably during the typhoid epidemic of the late 1930s. She was declared a national hero in 2011.
Mr. Gene Hides will lay the wreath in memory of the national hero from the District of West Bay, the Honorable Thomas William Farrington. The Honorable Thomas William Farrington was an outstanding citizen and great contributor to the Cayman Islands community. Mr. Farrington was a man of immense wisdom and sincerity, especially in matters involving his beloved District of West Bay. He became a civil servant in 1921 and still remains the longest-serving representative in the Legislative Assembly, with 55 years. The first elected member responsible for finance, Mr. Farrington was also the first Caymanian to be honored by Her Majesty the Queen as the commander of the British Empire. He was declared a national hero in 2011.
The wreath for the Women's Monument Aspiration is laid by the Governor, Mrs. Jane Owen, the Premier, the Honorable Juliana O'Connor Connolly, Chief Justice, the Honorable Ramsey Hale, Ms. Lucille Seymour, Ms. Myrta Day, Ms. Cherry Whitaker, and Ms. Corinne Glasgow.
And thank you once again for joining us here on CIG Television with our live coverage of National Heroes Day 2025. If you're just joining us, we're now in the process of laying the National Heroes Commemoration and laying of the wreaths. You see Her Excellency the Governor there, followed by the Honorable Premier, the Honorable Chief Justice, and earlier we saw families laying wreaths at the busts of the 10 national heroes here in the Cayman Islands, who are Mr. James Jim Manoa Bodden, Miss Sybil Ione McLaughlin,
Mr. William Warren Connolly, Mr. Thomas William Farrington, Miss Sybil Joyce Hilton, Mr. Orman Lauder Panton, Mr. Desmond Veer Watler.
We have Miss Mary Evelyn Wood, Dr. Roy Edison McTaggart, and Miss Leela Alberta Ross Shire. Next up on the program, we'll have the presentation of National Heroes Day Awards for Icons of Business and Entrepreneurship. These awards will be presented by the Honorable Premier and members of Parliament.
And we thank you for staying with us and watching and celebrating the icons of business and entrepreneurship here on CIG TV for those of you at home, and of course, persons who have been able to join us here in person. Just a quick reminder, there is an event this evening.
Yes, that event takes place on Cardinal Avenue. It entails live music, great food, and fireworks. It all gets underway at 4 p.m. and will end at 8 p.m. this evening. That event is the second part of our Heroes Day celebrations that's been organized by the Ministry of Culture. Again, we're seeing members of Parliament, laying wreaths here in Hero Square as part of our National Heroes Day celebrations in downtown Georgetown.
In recognition of Georgetown nation builders, the wreath is laid by the Honorable Sir Alden McLaughlin, Speaker of Parliament, the Honorable Kenneth Bryan, the Honorable Joey Hugh, Barbara Conley, Roy McTaggart, and Sabrina Turner.
In recognition of our North Side Nation builders, the wreath is laid by the Honorable J. Ebanks.
In recognition of East End nation builders, the wreath is laid by the Honorable Isaac Rankin.
In recognition of Cayman Brac and Little Cayman Nation builders, the wreath is laid by the Premier, the Honorable Juliana O'Connor Connolly.
The wreath for Tradition Monument is laid by Miss Aldine Evans and Miss Natasha Hides in memory of Jurgensen Yugi Bodden and Arnold Bodden. Miss Lisa Prendergast and Haley Webb will lay in memory of Mr. Astor Range. Miss Melody Henderson and Erman Brown will lay in memory of Mr. Cameron Brown and Mr. Canny Brown. Miss Jacqueline Mullings Watler will lay in memory of Mr. Nicholas Watler. Mr. Ron Mullings and Mary Kate Lynch will lay in memory of Mr. Gary Mullings. Miss Gemma and Bella Lisa Haylock will lay in memory of Estelle Alberto Haylock.
Wreath for the Catboat Monument is laid by Mr. Jairus Miller, Mr. Leonard Hugh, Mr. Loxley Banks, and Mr. Ned Miller.
for Peter.
Thank you for staying with us for our coverage of National Heroes Day 2025 as we get ready to honor those who are icons of business and entrepreneurship here in the Cayman Islands. Awardees will receive their awards in 3 categories: a legacy builder, modern visionary, and innovator of impact. We'd like to say ahead of time, congratulations to everyone who will receive an award here today. I believe there's close to 200 people who have been nominated by family members, friends, colleagues, which makes them eligible to be awarded on this National Heroes Day in the various industries, in this case, in business and entrepreneurship.
Thank you, Ms. Whitaker and Ms. Roberts. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, for those of you who are able, please stand as we observe a moment of silence to the memory of all of our nation builders and national heroes whose names are etched before in the granite walls before us. Thank you. You may be seated. And now we begin the presentation of the Award of Caymanian Excellence in Business. I invite the Honorable Premier and the Honorable Dwayne Seymour to present these awards.
Each of these
You're welcome to
honorees today,
applaud
Donna, will
after
be
each name is
receiving an
called,
award.
and as they are presented with their awards on stage.
It's going to be a pin, a
We
commemorative
kindly
pin and
ask that you
signa
please
that
use
focuses
the
and
assigned
incorporates elements
photograph area
that reflect
take photos.
our core essential for business success. And we'll go through that a little bit later. But they are going to be honored with a custom commemorative insignia, a symbol of achievement and legacy designed to recognize icons of business and entrepreneurship here in the Cayman Islands. The insignia is designed or intended to be worn on special occasions, and it
embodies
the spirit of excellence, leadership, and dedication that has propelled
family member, employer, a friend, or a friend, your involvement in their nomination is integral to their acknowledgement on this special occasion. And for that, we extend our applause to you, our esteemed members of the Cayman Islands community. We begin with legacy builders, an individual, living or deceased, who founded or established an innovative, first-of-its-kind business in the Cayman Islands and made outstanding contributions to the growth of business and entrepreneurship in the Cayman Islands prior to 1970. Each honoree will receive a commemorative insignia and a certificate. In a few cases, an awardee's family member or representative will accept in their honor. Legacy builders: Mr. Ashburn Renford Barnes. Mr. Charles Barnes. Mr. Alva Billy Bawden. Mr. Atlee Bawden. Okay. And Mr. James Sonnyboy Bawden. Maxine Maureen. We're also honoring Miss Maureen H. Bawden and Miss Maxine E. Bawden. Adrian. And they're also collecting for Mr. Adrian Briggs. Miss Lorna Bawden, Certificate of Honor. Oh, James. James Sonnyboy Bawden. Miss Lorna Bawden, Cert On. Miss Lurline Fifi Bodden. Mr. Mostyn Bodden. Miss Shirley Mae Bodden. The Honorable Dr. Truman Murray Bodden. Mr. William Norman Bodden, MBE. Mr. Martin Bold, MBE. Mr. Berkeley Bush. Mr. Olson Chisholm. Okay. Mr. Roland Chisholm. Miss Eldine Connolly.
they're doing that one as well too.
Okay. Mr. Robert Connolly, they're also collecting. Mr. Bertram Connolly. Mr. Rex Crichton, MBE. Dr. Elsa Cummings, Cert On. We're moving on. No one here.
She's coming. She's coming.
Oh.
He's still here, so far. So Danford is there, he's waiting. Someone in the purple t-shirt.
Mr. Cardinal DaCosta, OMH. Mr. William Joseph Lawrence Dilbert. Mr. Alan Dadford Dixon. Mr. Benson Ebanks, OBE. Mr. Craddock Ebanks, OBE, BEM. Okay. Mr. Craddock Ebanks, OBE, BEM. Mr. Edison McNee Ebanks. Mr. Frank Hartley Ebanks. Mr. Joseph Daniel Ebanks. Mr. Frank Hartley Ebanks. Mr. Richard Donnelly Ebanks. Miss Christine Ebanks. Miss Rachel Ebanks. Rachel. Miss Thelma Ebanks. Mr. Thomas Abram Ebanks, Sr. Miss Rachel Ebanks. Mr. William Ebanks. Miss Zelma Lee Ebanks, Cert on JP. Mr. Anthony Eden, OBE JP. Mr. Clarence Levi Flowers, MBE.
Is that Clarence? No, that's no Clarence Flowers. That's not it. That's not it. No. Are they going to stay out for auto? Yes.
Okay. Also collecting for Miss Autolee Regina Flowers. Mr. David Foster. Mr. Menard Steve Foster. Mr. Nolan B. Foster. Mr. Marvin Frederick. Dr. Marco Giglioli. Mr. Ishmael Goddard. Mr. Neil Godfrey. Mr. Paul Harris, FCA. Mr. John Lemuel Hurlston, CVO, MBE. Mr. Thomas Shelby Hides. Miss Sybil Jackson. Sybil Jackson. She could do it. And also collecting for Mr. Will Jackson. Mr. George Jefferson.
Once again, we thank you for joining us for our live coverage of Heroes Day 2025. We're still in the Legacy Builders category.
Mr. Eldon Kirkernel. Where's that one? family for Mr. George Jefferson and Pastor John D. Jefferson Sr. Ms. Joycelyn Jeffers Rankin and Mr. Thomas Rankin. Ms. Bridget Kekernel. We invite the Honorable Joey Hugh to assist with the handing out of the awards. Ms. Zita Kekernel. Mr. George McCarthy, OBE. Mr. Carlton Roy McDoom. Mr. Alan Steve McField, CMH. Good. Miss Florence Greta McLaughlin. Mr. Lemuel McLaughlin. Lemuel.
Yes, yes.
You go.
It actually collected, but that's fine. And it's a Lyman McLaughlin.
She collected.
No, hold on. Monique's there again. Yes, she can collect with you.
And also collecting for Mr. Rushbrook McLaughlin. Oh, he's here. Mr. Layman McLaughlin. Lyman. Okay. We also invite Ms. Barbara Connolly to assist with the handing out of awards. Next, we have Mr. Naaman Woodward McLaughlin. Woodrow. Mr. Gilbert McLean.
These two are Easterners, so you can call them together.
Okay.
Yeah, because the same person can pick up for two of them.
Okay. Mr. Hurley Marin.
Mr. Ray Miller. Oh, okay. Thank you, Ms. Barbara. Mr. Louis Moncrief. Miss Rosemary Moxham. Also collecting for Mr. Rupert Leonard Lennox Moxham. We also invite Mr. Roy McTaggart to assist with the presentation of awards. Mr. Waldo Parchment. They come in together, right? Mm-hmm. Get all two. Get all two. He said she collected.
That's your beautiful voice. How are you doing? Good, sir. Very well done. God bless. Yes, sir.
Collecting for Miss Felicia Pucci and Mr. Henry Pucci. Mr. James Jimmy Powell, MBE. We invite the Honorable Deputy Governor, Mr. Franz Manderson, to assist with handing out awards. Mr. Prentice Powell, Senior. Mr. Kent Biggie Rankin, CMH Commander Division.
Mr. Owen Rankin. We also invite Mr. Andre Ebanks, MP, to assist with the handing out of awards. Can we then just move? All right, I'll just move on to the next one. Mr. Colford Scott. Mr. Frank Hugh George Scotland. Miss Ellie Scott. Eli Scott, sorry. Miss Mary Scott. Mr. Otley Scott. Mr. Neville Anthony Scott Sr. Mr. Thomas Seymour. Mr. Murphy Smith. Mr. Robert Lee Smith. The Honorable Weem Panton, MP, is also invited to assist with the awarding of making presentations. Mr. Graham Thompson. Mr. Norberg, no, I'm gonna mess this up. Mr. Norberg Bod Thompson, OBE. Mr. Bernard Tibbetts, MBE. Captain Keith Tibbetts, Sr., MBE. The Honorable D. Kurt Tibbetts, OBE. Mr. Linton Nathaniel Tibbetts, OBE. Dr. Stevenson Anthony Tomlinson, MBE. We invite Ms. Sabrina Turner, MP,
to assist with the presentation of awards. Miss Vivienne Watler. Mr. Dawson Whitaker. Mr. Oh, sorry. Mr. Ernan Whitaker. Miss Brenda Algar Wood.
And there you have the awardees for the Legacy Builder category for Icons of Business and Entrepreneurship and this Heroes Day.
And now we're going to see the awardees for the Modern and Visionary category. This category is for individuals who have founded or introduced groundbreaking business in the Cayman Islands that have been successful for 20 years or longer.
Mr. Charles Wesley Watler, MBE. So I could do this. And then yeah. This one, okay? This one. When you call them, call this one as well because it's all. Thank you. Okay. That's it. Congratulations to our legacy builders and thank you for your outstanding contributions. Our next award category is Modern Visionaries. They will tell you who they're going to invite out to think.
A modern visionary is any individual, alive or deceased, entrepreneur who not only established successful enterprises, but also significantly influenced modern business culture within the Cayman Islands. The business created has demonstrated resilience and adaptability, operating successfully for at least 20 years. Each honoree will receive a commemorative insignia and a certificate. In a few cases, an awardee's family member or representative will accept their honor. Ms. Betty Barreau, MBE, Cert On. Inviting Ms. Kathy Ebanks Wilkes to come and present as well. She's not it. Apologies. Congratulations. Mr. Ernest Peterkin Berry. Mr. Paul Berry. Mrs. Athena Bawden. Ms. Bernadette Bawden and Mr. Kirk Philip Bawden. Ms. Harlan Bawden. Mr. Lionel Bawden. And Ms. Athena Bawden. I don't know.
Who's this right here? Liner.
They asked me to call Athena again as well.
Athena here?
Yeah. Athena, switch.
Both, collected both. Both? Yeah.
Ms. Lynn Marie Bawden. Mr. Noel Bodden. Mrs. Nola Bodden. Mr. Robert C. Bobby Bodden. Requesting assistance from Honorable Speaker Mr. Alden McLaughlin to hand out some of the awards. Also collecting for Mr. Spencer Bodden. Requesting the assistance of Sir Alden with handing out some of the awards, please. Mr. Delroy Steve Bodden, Sr. Mr. Michael Brown. Ms. Louise Christine Burke Richardson. Ms. Alicia Carter. Ms. Lana Cayasso. Mr. Silford Christie, MMH. Mr. Sean Collins. Mr. Hartman Morgan DaCosta, Cert on JP. Mr. Ethan Dilbert and Ms. Velma Dilbert. Okay. Mr. Philip Dixon. Mr. Kelton Daniel Ebanks. Mrs. Emma Louise Ebanks. And Mr. Joseph H. Ebanks. Ms. Lucinda Marie Ebanks. Mr. Shane Edwards. Mr. Richard Flowers. Shane Edwards. I got how to do it after. Okay. I'll call him after. Okay. Mr. Shane Edwards. Mr. Clarence Bradley Flowers, MBE. And Mr. Frank Ewan Flowers, Cert on. Oh, yeah. Mr. Frank will take both. Mr. Woody Foster, cert on. Mrs. Michelle Garcia Aubert. Mrs. Amy and Mr. Ashton Gould. Mr. Garston Gilbert Grant, cert on JP. Mr. David Guilfoyle. Captain Robert Basil Hamity. Mr. Arvid Aaron Harris, Mr. Henry Harris, and Ms. Vernie Watler Harris. Mrs. Shauna Haylock. Mr. Leonard Augustus Hugh, BEM, CMH, JP. Mr. John Hurlston. Yes. Mr. Robert Hurlston. Mrs. Dorothy Japal and Mrs. Annette Scott. Ms. Alex Johnson, JP. Mr. Moses I. Kirkconnell III, OBE. Mr. Moses I. Kirkconnell Jr. Mr. Selburn Lazary. Mr. Marshall Levy.
Cayman. Mr. Levy, want to try to catch up on, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Brasley McLean.
She's coming. His wife is coming.
She's coming. She's coming. Ms. Julia Ann McLaughlin. Mr. Gregory Edlin Marin. Mr. Delroy Miller. Mr. David George Morit. Mr. Prentice Panton. Mr. Stanley Panton. Mr. David Edward Pello, BSc PHM CPP.
Yep. Good. Thanks, guys. Thank you, everybody.
Mrs. Judy Faye Penn. Mr. George Anthony Powell. Ms. Beryl Elizabeth Ramon. Mrs. Muriel Rich. Mr. Charles Russell. Mr. Gary Burns Rutty. Mr. Derwin Scott. Mrs. Hyo Scott. Mr. Stanley Norman Scott.
Which one is she collecting for?
Stanley Norman.
Stanley.
Stanley. And Mr. Wendell Scott. Wendell Scott. Reverend Audley U. Scott, JP. Ms. Kathy Seymour. Dr. Shannon Seymour. Mr. Edward Solomon, OMM. Mr. Ellsworth Garfield Terry. Mr. Woodward Terry. Mr. Gene Thompson. Mr. Cal Thompson. Mr. Kelly Thompson. Mrs. Noreen Melise Tibbetts. Mr. Bentley Leroy Tibbetts, Senior, Cert On. Mr. George Walton. Joined by Mrs. Lynn Walton. Mr. Robert Selkirk Watler, Jr. Mr. Handel Whitaker. Mr. David Charles White, JP. And Mr. Derek Brian White. Mr. Jerry W. Wood. Mr. Justin Woods.
Shall we wait 2 seconds? No, go ahead. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for staying with us here on your live coverage of National Heroes Day 2025. You've just seen the award categories for the Modern Visionary category, which was for individuals who founded and introduced groundbreaking business in the Cayman Islands. that have been successful for 20 years or longer.
Now we're going to be moving on to the Innovator of Impact category. The Innovators of Impact awardees are being awarded for creating a business or businesses that have initiated important economic, community, or cultural shifts, resulting in a profound positive impact on the Cayman Islands. These individuals are celebrated for the impact of their business, not simply its longevity or operation. We'd like to say congratulations to those who have been awarded the Legacy Builder and Modern Visionary Awards thus far.
And each awardee was awarded with a custom commemorative insignia.
You know, those insignia pins are just so amazing. One side of them has sort of an engraving of the thatch. The hexagon is split into two halves. One side symbolizes modern mechanization and streamlined business practices, while the other side represents hard work and attention to detail. Absolutely beautiful. And now we've begun the Innovator of Impact Award.
We also invite the Honorable Samuel Bulgin, Attorney General, to assist with presentation of some awards. Next awardee is Mr. Eric Bergstrom, MBE. Mr. Jason Brown. Miss Mary Viola Brown. Altogether, it's Mr. Curtis Connor. Miss Kimberly Antoinette Connolly. Honorable William Warren Connolly, OBE, JP. Mr. Donnie Dixon. Also collecting for Mr. Dole Dixon. Mr. Laurie Ivan Farrington, OMH.
Okay, I can go now.
Thank you. Mr. Kevin Foster. Marlene Gagnon. Captain Donald Emerson Glidden. Mr. Tedrick Green. Mr. Charles G. Kernel. Mr. Mark Lawrenson. Miss Perlina McGaw Lumsden.
She running the photo.
Mr. Corlin McLaughlin. Miss Zanda McLean. Mr. William Lancelot Nixon.
They must be really feeling the heat up there now. Must have said to themselves, "No, we can't do it this way."
Right here, right here. This side, this side, this side, this side.
Miss Polly Pickering.
Yeah, I remember when I was there, we had to keep going like underneath the porch thing. Yeah, it was crazy.
Mr. Graham Rankin.
Whoop, whoop, whoop. That's Lord Graham Rankin.
Shaking everyone a hand.
Mr. Godfrey Robb. Mr. Burns Ruddy. Mr. Mervyn Scott. Mr. Desmond Seals, MBE.
I know. See, decisions like that should not be made. Yeah, that's not. A producer of this show would never do that. Desmond Seals? Oh, that's his son. And that must be one of his daughters from his two sons.
Miss Susan Soto, Cert On.
Right. Much to the half. No,
She could do
that's
both.
Adrian Seals.
Also, Mr. Bob Soto, Cert On.
Is that better? Yeah, they're gonna need to move. They're gonna need to move. No, this is the short. Yeah, Ledford had to go after.
Miss Monica Walton. Miss Judith Watler. Congratulations to our awardees. Today, we will take a moment to acknowledge and celebrate your valuable contributions to our islands. We believe that this recognition not only expresses our gratitude, but also serves as an inspiration for future generations to emulate your remarkable achievements. For those able, please stand as the parade marches back into Heroes Square.
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. We're wrapping up the last few minutes of National Heroes Day celebrations here in Heroes Square, Georgetown, where we celebrated icons in business and entrepreneurship here today in the Cayman Islands. What a beautiful day it has been.
It has been a beautiful day. We've awarded in categories such as Legacy Builder, Modern Visionary, and Innovator of Impact.
Sorry, just a moment.
So up next, we're going to have the singing of the national song. We had the singing of the national anthem in the beginning of the program by Miss Janelle Cahoon. Then the official departure of everyone, including Her Excellency the Governor, Miss Jane Owen, as well as Premier the Honorable Juliana O'Connor Connolly. And then the platform, those on the platform will depart.
It's been a beautiful day, and today they've acknowledged 4 cabinet national heroes, to one of which is from West Bay and Bordentown, Miss Francine Altona Jackson. From Bordentown, it was Frank Hugh George Scotland. From Northside, it was Ernest Goddard. Cradock. Ebanks, I can't read my own writing, sorry. And Captain Keith Tibbetts as well, from the Black. So it was a remarkable day. It was a beautiful, prideful experience as well for all those
here, as well as those of you watching from home.
Yes, it has been an amazing day. Of course, some 197 people have been awarded here today as icons in business and entrepreneurship here in the Cayman Islands, dating back, from before the 1970s up to today. Those who are impacting and moving forward new trends in technology and various industries here in the Cayman Islands. So once again, we celebrate our heroes this year in the Cayman Islands on this National Heroes Day, an event that's happening this evening that's brought to us by the Ministry of Culture. Is a fun event that's taking place from 4 to 8 p.m. This evening. Here on Cardinal Avenue in Georgetown will be live music, great food, just great atmosphere and ambience, and then fireworks at around 7:30 tonight. So everyone is invited to come out and enjoy that event being brought to you.
You've been home, you've been enjoying the events from your home. If not, you've been here as well. But come on down and continue to feel that national pride with the rest of the community, and of course with the good food and good vibes.
Yes. Well, of course, mine and Delisa's time has ended with you. We thank you for joining us, of course, and it's been our pleasure to be with you for the entire morning. We're going to go live now to the live marching bands as they take us out of this National Heroes Day. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Bye-bye.
remain standing for the singing of the national song, Beloved Isle Cayman, by Miss Janelle Calhoun.
Ready, paradation.
Oh, land of soft, fresh breezes, a verdant tree so fair, with thy Creator's glory reflected everywhere. Oh, sea of palest emerald, merging to darkest blue. Whene'er my thoughts fly Godward, I always think of you. Dear verdant island set in a blue Caribbean sea, I'm coming, coming very soon, a beauteous isle to thee. Although I've wandered far, my heart enshrines the edge. Homeland fair Cayman Isles, I cannot thee forget. Away from noise of cities, their fret and carking care, with moonbeam soft caresses, unchecked by garish glare, thy fruit and rarest juices, abundant, rich, and free. When sweet church bells are chiming, my fond heart yearns for thee. Dear verdant island set in blue Caribbean sea, I'm coming, coming very soon, a beauteous isle to thee. Although I've wandered far, my heart enshrines the edge. Homeland fair Cayman Isles, I cannot thee forget. When tired of all excitement and glamorous worldly care, how sweet thy shores to reach and find a welcome there. And when comes on the season of peace, goodwill to men, 'tis then I love thee best of all, beloved Isle Cayman.
Thank you, Ms. Calhoun, for that beautiful rendition of our national song. Today marks a truly fantastic celebration, and I trust that it has left each of you feeling prouder, Caymanian strong, and inspired for the future. To our honorees, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this wraps up our formalities for this year's National Heroes celebrations. On this memorable day, we have made history by acknowledging individuals and groups who have made substantial contributions to our islands. Thank you all for being part of this momentous occasion. If you're able, please remain standing for the departure of the officials, beginning with Her Excellency the Governor.
Raider, parade, son. Shoulder, arms. Raider, royal salute, present, arms. Shoulder, arms. Order, arms. Raider, stand at ease. Stand easy.
For those who are able, please remain standing for the departure of the Honorable Premier.
Raider, parade, son. Shoulder, arms. Raider, general salute, present, arms. Shoulder, arms. Order, arms. Right. Stand at east. Stand easy.
The Commissioner of Police now prepares for departure.
Right. Right. Sean. Right. Stand at east. Stand easy.
If you are able, please remain standing as the parade marches off.
Right. Right. Sean. Right. In close order. Inwards, dress. Raise. All eyes front. Shoulder, arms. Raid will march off in column of route. Police contingent leading. Move to the right in files. Right, turn. Right, by the left, quick, march.
Please remain standing for the departure of the platform party. As we continue to celebrate these remarkable individuals and their accomplishments, the Georgetown Library has a beautiful photo backdrop for official photos. This is a fantastic opportunity to capture some timeless memories with our honorees today. You are invited to enjoy some light refreshments at Party Village, located next to the Georgetown Public Library. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we invite you to join us this afternoon for a Heroes Day evening celebration filled with live entertainment, local food, cultural displays, and a spectacular firework display on Cardinal Avenue starting at 4 p.m. today. Thank you for your presence, and we will wish you all an enjoyable Heroes Day. For our Cayman contingent who traveled on the bus,